are here and eager to start. I just wanted to quickly announce or remind everyone to please mute your devices. This meeting is being recorded, and we want to make sure we only capture the comments that you want to share with the larger group. But looks like we already have a full house, no surprise. 59 people in attendance, and I'm sure we're going to get more people signing up here in a minute or two. So welcome, thank you for joining us, and we'll be starting here very shortly.
Yeah, let's just give it a couple minutes for people to get on. So.
I'm ready to press the record button as soon as we get this meeting started. So
I already started recording it, Laura.
Oh, you did? Oh, great.
Jump the gun.
Thanks, Josh.
Give it one more minute. All right, I think we'll go ahead and begin. Welcome everybody to the April 28th Continuum of Care meeting. We've got a pretty packed agenda, but it's some really great information today. So with that being said, I'm joined by my vice chair as usual. Thanks, Karen, for joining. So we'll go ahead. Josh, I believe you're going to take a roll call.
All right. Let me pull up the roster so everybody can see.
And then Josh, while you're doing that, just a friendly reminder, everyone too, if you're not speaking, please place yourself on mute. And then if you have questions during the meeting, try and use the raise your hand feature and we'll call on you. So you can go ahead, Josh.
All right. Greg, you're up here. I see you there. Anybody from the Riverside County Executive Office? Anyone from the Riverside County Housing Authority? Catholic Charities?
Josh Carey Harmon's here from Housing Authority.
Excellent. Catholic Charities? CityNet?
Yes, Matt Bates from CityNet is here.
Thank you. City of Corona?
Yes, good morning. Darren Roper here.
Hey, there we go. City of Eastvale? City of Hemet?
Yes, good morning. Linda Krupa here.
Thanks, Linda. City of Lake Elsinore? City of Menifee?
Good morning, Edna LeBron.
Thank you. City of Marina Valley? City of Paris?
Good morning, Rebecca Rivera, City of Paris.
Thank you, Rebecca. City of Riverside?
Good morning. Hafsa Keika here.
Hey, Hafsa. CVAG?
Good morning, Tom Cox.
Thank you, Tom. Coachella Valley Coalition on Youth Homelessness?
Yeah, hi, Jim Bolus here.
Jim. CVRM, Coachella Valley Rescue Mission.
Hi, Kimberly, Chris, and Mark.
Full house. Community Health Association, Inland Southern Region. Department of Public Social Services.
Good morning, Linda Salas.
Linda. Desert Healthcare District.
Good morning, Donna Craig, present.
Family Promise of Riverside.
Hi, Vicki Bowditch here.
Habitat for Humanity. Jewish Family Services.
Habitat's here. Sorry. Yeah.
This is Becky from GFS. I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you, Becky. Lighthouse Social Service Centers.
Good morning. This is Karen Young-Low for Lighthouse.
Lutheran Social Services.
Good morning. This is Denise Marshall for Lutheran.
Thank you. Martha's Village and Kitchen.
Good morning, Rosa Verduzco here.
Good. Mercy House. Molina Healthcare of California.
Good morning, Jackie Portilla here.
Thank you, Jackie. Operation Safe House.
Good morning, Rainbow Marlar.
Thanks, Rainbow. Path of Life Ministries.
Greetings and blessings from Path of Life, Rusty, Leonard, and Casey.
Nice to see you all here. Department of Animal Services. Emma, are you here, or Kim? Riverside County Office of Education.
Stefan McPeace, present.
Hot Team.
Hi, Deputy Cruz and Deputy Ramirez here.
Thank you. Riverside University Behavioral Health.
Good morning, Marcus Cannon, Behavioral Health.
Thanks, Marcus. Shelter from the Storm. Social Work Action Group.
Good morning, Aaron Petroff here.
Step Up on Second. Transgender Health and Wellness Center. UCR Health. United Way of Inland Valleys.
Good morning, Ken Bell, present.
Thank you, Ken. US Vets.
Good morning, Nicole Starks Murray. I'm here.
Nicole. VA Loma Linda.
Good morning. This is Oscar Ramirez for VA Loma Linda.
Thank you, Oscar. Valley Restart.
Susan Larkin.
Thank you, Susan. And then for the sake of time, if everyone could just put their name in the chat. If you don't have access to the chat feature, feel free to announce yourself right now. If you do have access to the chat feature, please put your name and organization in there so that I can record it.
Ann Blair with Carol's Kitchen is here.
And Josh, Desert Healthcare District, they should be on there as a voting member.
They are. I have them up here.
Okay, you caught them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And this is Kennedy with the Transgender Health and Wellness Center. Am I transmitting now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. Thanks, Kennedy.
Joshua, did you hear me? Donna Craig, when I said yes? You heard me?
Yes, from
Okay.
DHD. Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Of course.
I just missed it, Donna. I saw you.
Oh, that's okay. You had a long flight, a long evening.
All right. If we're good to move on.
We are. Thanks, Josh. It's a fantastic turnout today. Welcome, everybody. So item number 2 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Just as a reminder, when you're sent out the agenda, minutes and supporting documents are included. They're also available through the Google Docs. So we are approving the March 24th CoC meeting minutes. Are there any questions or I'm trying to think of the word I want to use. Revision, sorry. And I don't see any hands. If there are, if not, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the minutes.
Moved by the City of Hemet.
Thank you. Linda?
Seconded by CVRM.
Thank you, Kimberly. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead with the vote, Joshua. Do we need to do a roll call on this? Or can I just ask?
Should we more so just ask if there's any opposition?
Yeah, at
or
least for the minutes.
abstentions? So let's ask if there's any opposition to the motion to approve the minutes, March 20th.
If there's any opposition, please raise your hand now. Not seeing any, we'll approve the amendment. Thank you.
And will any abstentions?
Oh yeah, let's ask for abstentions if people really are worried about that. If you've got an abstention, you either raise your hand or tap it in the chat box. So I don't see any, Josh. I think everybody was pretty much on last time too. So a very good turnout the last few meetings. So, all right, moving on to item number 3, which is public comments. Staff, did we receive any requests for public comments?
Yes, we did. Carol from Faith in Action Group. Are you here today, Carol?
I think she's here.
Yes, I am here.
All right, Carol, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I just want to introduce myself and let you know about Faith in Action of the San Gorgonio Pass. My name is Carol Albaugh, and I'm representing Faith in Action of the San Gorgonio Pass. We are located in the Banning-Beaumont area, and we are planning on being a very active participant in the continuum of care and in other activities regarding low-income and homeless prevention programs. We are looking for folks, organizations who want to serve in the Banning-Beaumont area, but need maybe a contact or a conduit to get their services down here. We'd like to partner with you. So I know there's many organizations out there that do want to bring their services down this way, but just need folks to work with. And we are that agency that can start working with you. One of our major plans is to propose a navigation center to the city of Banning. So if you could let me know in the chat room if you would like me to contact you or you would like to contact me, I would very much like to hook up with anyone who would like to bring services down into the Banning and Beaumont area. That is my public comment.
Thank you Carol, very much.
Thank you all for listening.
Yeah, thank you, and we look forward to you hoping to become a permanent member of the Continuum of Care. So
yes.
All right, and I see Kimberly has her hand up from CVRM.
Yes, hi Carol. This is Kimberly from CVRM. We would be very interested in partnering with you. Our outreach team, our trailer is going to be coming your way. So our power trailer. So if you would put your information in the chat box, we'll get back to you after the meeting.
I'll do that.
Okay. Any further public comments? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, not seeing any. We will move on to item number 4, old business. Item A is from the Policy and Advocacy Committee, the Good Neighbor Policy, and Karen Roper, Vice Chair. I'm going to turn this over to you, please.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So I'm so excited to give you an update on the Policy and Advocacy Committee. We had our first inaugural meeting on April the 1st, and right out of the starting blocks, we had an extremely productive meeting. And just as a plug, our next meeting is on July the 1st. If you want to be a part of really important policy, legislation, and advocacy work for our region, please consider joining this committee. I'm honored to have been elected as the chair of this committee, and super happy that Hafsa Keika from the city of Riverside was elected as the vice chair. She's a dynamo, as you all know. So on behalf of our committee, I would like to submit our first piece of policy work for your consideration. If you want to go to the next slide, Josh. Before I jump in, if you approve the proposed policies today, what we will do as a committee for you is work to create a document that has narrative, so that we have another tool in our toolkit for improving services to end homelessness in the region. And of course, this tool can be used by cities, county agencies, nonprofits, and other partners in the business of serving the homeless. So, and I know that all of you that work so hard in the trenches of addressing homelessness, you know that one of the big barriers to creating new programs, whether they be shelter programs, service programs, or affordable housing, is NIMBY. And I know everybody is very familiar with NIMBY, not in my backyard. And a lot of times there is NIMBY because there are myths associated with serving the homeless. And sometimes homeless programs are not a very good neighbor. And so we have some simple tools that can be used. It doesn't have to be a one size fits all, but here are some policies that we would like to include. So the first thing is, before a new homeless facility is even opened, there should be community engagement and outreach to try to bring together businesses, residents, local government, the faith community, really everybody, to talk about what the proposed project will be. And then if there are concerns, to either right there on the spot or with follow-up, develop strategies to mitigate those concerns, and then to go back to the community and present what those mitigating strategies are. And we'll talk about some of those in the operational standards in a second, but it's really important to make sure that there's not just initial dialogue, but ongoing community dialogue. If we could go to the next slide, Josh. One of the really great tools to engage the community, whether it's for a homeless shelter or a service center or affordable housing, is some sort of an advisory committee that allows the residents, the businesses, faith community, really all different types of stakeholders, persons with lived experience that are benefiting from the program or housing, police and fire, county agencies, really an opportunity to bring everybody together to be a part of ongoing community dialogue, to offer not just input, but I have found in working with Good Neighbor Policies, with work that I've been involved in the past, sometimes those that are your biggest opponents that are extremely opposed to shelter or affordable housing is because they had a misunderstanding about what the program will do in terms of transforming lives. And once they're involved and have an advisory role, can become some of your strongest supporters and advocates. So let's move on to the next slide. Thank you. So some other components in the toolkit would be environmental or building design. So if you're looking to develop a facility to address homelessness or affordable housing, it should be the most beautiful, nicest facility on the block. Look at privacy fencing, not just for the surrounding community, but for the dignity of the residents. Security cameras, addressing parking correctly, correct recreational areas that are great for the residents and look beautiful to the surrounding community. And then we just threw this as a plug-in, even beautiful ways to have pet-friendly options, especially inside of a homeless shelter. So let's go on to the next slide. And I'm sorry I'm moving fast, but we have a packed agenda, so please forgive me. Some of the other things that we talked about as far as policies in the toolkit would be making sure that in operational standards, there are clearly defined roles between the county agencies and the local city, and of course the operator. Some other things that work really well to help with Good Neighbor Policies are clearly defined referral protocols so that the operator knows and implements who can actually make referrals to the project or the facility, that the surrounding community would have a phone number for 24/7 contact if there are issues, a neighborhood patrol, and not just neighborhood patrol, but a neighborhood homeless outreach worker. So that, like, for example, if it's a service center or a homeless shelter, because of some models, some people have a concern that there will be the magnet theory or homeless encampments surrounding the area would happen. But if you can explain to the community that in your operational standards, there would be an ongoing neighborhood patrol, not just from an enforcement perspective, but also compassionate outreach to try to get folks connected to services and prevent any type of neighborhood impact. And then again, just looking at transportation and parking policies, and then even explaining what client and resident rules and guidelines are, so that the community knows that there's accountability for everybody. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Some of the other operational standards are security and safety plans, so that folks know that for the safety of the guests or the residents, as well as the surrounding community, that there is security and safety, and again, collaboration with police and fire, and communication protocols for how you can address ongoing complaints, and then just ways to engage the community with volunteer, corporate social responsibility, and donation programs. Again, once people see that there's actually transformation going on, and I think that's the last slide, isn't it, Josh? Let me make sure. Is that the last slide for?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I will just end with this. You know, for this tool, a good neighbor community policy, the most important thing when you're talking to the community is to remember that everybody is on equal standing. The homeless neighbors that we're trying to serve, the business community, the residents, we're really looking to create an improved quality of life for everybody. And when people know that everybody is important, that makes a big difference in how they feel about programs. So I submit this on behalf of our committee for your approval, members of the Continuum of Care. Are you comfortable with the policies that we're proposing, and we can add meat to the bones? I'd like to open up the floor for comments, and Greg, punt to you for approval.
Yeah, and Karen, maybe just to emphasize too that, that the policy, when we say policy, this is not like a mandatory thing people have to do. This is highly suggestive good neighbor policy.
Yes.
I know a lot of our providers on here already do that, but I just wanted, this is not something every organization necessarily has to do every step in this, but I really applaud the work even Hofstra did on that. It's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. And I think what's important is that it's not viewed as a one size fits all, but really a tool and might have to be customized for the different communities. So great for bringing that up. Thanks, Greg.
Correct. And so I see Hafsa has her hand up.
Yes. So first of all, Karen, excellent job in presenting and representing the Advocacy and Policy Committee. And I just really want to say thank you, not only to you, but everyone who's on the committee to bring it this far. This good neighbor community policy is so incredibly important. And I just really want to reiterate what Karen said, because we really need to make sure, especially those of us who are from cities here, that there is reciprocity and partnership. And I think this is the best form of reciprocity coming from a standard of care. So thank you so much, Karen. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that this is something that the City of Riverside highly supports. Thank you.
And Denise Marshall.
Yes, I totally agree with Hafsa, so I really don't have too much to add to that. I think this is a great action on your part. I think this is wonderful that you're doing, and I would actually like to be a part of this. So if there's some information that could be sent my way as far as how to join, I'd love to join in.
Thank you. Welcome. Definitely will follow up. Consider yourself a part of the committee.
And Rusty.
I just love the layout in terms of a checklist. It's just so efficient and effective for people to be able to pull that up and go down the list. So job well done making this so succinct and useful for all of us. And I want to move approval.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bailey. And with that, I'll entertain a second.
Hi, this is Karen from Lighthouse. I'll second.
Thank you, Karen. I want to add on too, as we move through in the next couple months, you'll see American Recovery Plan dollars coming, and some of those are for capital. So these are going to be very helpful tools as we embark countywide on some of these projects. So is there any further discussion? And I don't think this is going to be too controversial, so I'm going to take the liberty as chair to see if anybody is in opposition. so, raise your hand. No judgment either, so. And I don't see any abstentions, I wouldn't believe. All right, this policy is approved. Thank you again, Karen and Hassa and the committee for the great work. Appreciate it.
Can I just say, woo, our first action with the Policy and Advocacy Committee. Yay, committee. Good job.
Karen, you're so amazing.
Thank you, Karen. All right, moving on to item 4B is the fiscal year 2021 CoC program competition ad hoc updates. And I believe I see Tanya on here, but I believe it's Natalis, correct?
He is out on a well-deserved vacation, so I'll be stepping in to provide this update. Good morning, everyone. I'll keep my update brief, keeping in mind that next month we will be providing a more in-depth update about the progress made in planning for the 2021 Continuum of Care program competition. So when we last met, we recruited members from our Continuum of Care to join an ad hoc group that would look specifically at reviewing our 2019 HUD CoC monitoring tool and also the HUD monitoring tool, which we have shared with you in years past. And the members that you see on the screen, we want to thank Casey Jackson with Path of Life, Karen Younglow with Lighthouse Social Services, Michelle Davis, City of Riverside, and Susan Larkin with Valley Restart, who have all agreed to participate in this ad hoc. They have been forwarded all of the materials that I just referenced and will be following up or participating in a follow-up meeting with our team and Urban Initiatives, our HUD consultant, Joe Coletti, and one of his team members, Pat, to review those documents more in depth and provide some recommendations to this group. So again, stay tuned in May for a further update. For your reference, we did include copies of all the tools. So these are actually hyperlinks that you can click on and will take you to the resources that they were provided with. Also on the Google link that was sent out for this meeting, I did include Word versions of the actual score sheet and the scorecard that are not underlined here, but are referenced. So that's it for me at this time. I'll go ahead and see if anybody has any questions. But again, know that a more in-depth update will be provided during May's meeting.
Thank you, Tanya. Is there any questions? Not seeing any. We will move on to item 5, new business. I'm excited about this presentation. It's a racial disparity presentation, and this is going to be co-presented, I believe, by Hassa and Tanya.
It is. Good morning. I'll let Hafsa introduce herself here shortly. I just wanted to start off this presentation by reminding the Continuum of Care of a previous meeting in which we shared the outcomes of a racial disparity report analysis that our team conducted looking at the 2019 homeless point in time count data and the 2019 US Census data. Before really just kind of hitting the high level outcomes of the report, I do want to answer sort of a main question that we get is, well, why did we use 2019? Why did we not use 2020 data? And the reason for that is at the time we did not have the outcomes of the 2020 census, and we wanted to, be able to compare apples to apples, so to speak. But you'll see that at the end of this presentation, we are making a recommendation to essentially continue conducting this type of analysis on an annual basis. So we'll be able to measure our progress. Josh, if you want to jump to the next slide. So again, let me just kind of briefly walk you through, and then I hand it over to Hafsa on just some of the very brief summary of the report. So the purpose of this report, again, is really to look at the role that race and ethnicity play in homeless services. So specifically, as we look at ways to improve our system and enhance the number of services we provide, we also want to ensure that on a regular basis, right, we take a deep dive to look at policies and processes, right? What practices do we have in place? And are they truly providing a equitable reach to all persons, regardless of their background, their cultural, their race, their ethnicity? Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, you know what two data sets that we use to look at this analysis. And for the continuum of care, this work is ever important. I often hear each of you, I'm not going to take credit for this, use the term data driven. And so we want to make sure that we're really allowing the data to drive the types of responses and practices that we're implementing. Next slide. So 4 kind of key findings that I'll hit, again, really high level. I'm not going to read this because the data is here for you. And we also included a copy of the racial disparity report, which is, I think, about 4 or 6 pages in length that you can review. But essentially, the first finding is that both Black and multi-race Americans represent higher rates of homelessness when compared to the general makeup in the general population. So one of the questions that we as providers, as managers, want to regularly consider as we design new programs, as we implement new policies, is why is this? And there's a lot of research that speaks to the systematic challenges that people of color have in accessing employment, housing, and of course, even looking at our criminal justice rates, right? We see higher rates of incarceration for people of color. So while we recognize that there's many causes to homelessness, right, we want to look at the bigger picture to determine how do these other systems contribute to how certain groups experience homelessness. Next slide. The next one really speaks to the number of Hispanic Americans that experience homelessness. And what's interesting is that we find that this group actually experiences homelessness at lower rates than other racial groups, and especially when compared to their general population. So it's sort of the opposite of what we saw in the first slide. And so just some thoughts here for us to reflect on is, again, why? Why is this happening? There's a lot of research on this topic. Some research has suggested that many Hispanic Americans and, again, families of colors tend to on a ringtone. Let me see if I can mute that person. Thank you. But again, some research suggests that a lot of Hispanic Americans and people of color may go to shared housing, right? And overcrowding types of housing situations, doubling up, tripling up before entering our crisis or homeless system. So I know one of the things that Greg, our chair, really encouraged us to look at, and we've done a reach to the Riverside County Office of Education, connected with Stephen McGee, and he promised to get us some data in the next 1 to 2 weeks to look at, for families in our school district, how many of them are doubling up and in these, again, overcrowding types of situations, although they don't meet our literal definition of homelessness, right, are definitely considered housing insecure. Next slide. This slide really focuses on, right, identifying that Hispanic Americans and Black American households access emergency shelter rates at a higher rate. So I know we're often having discussions about emergency shelters. It's good to know that they are accessible to these populations. A question for us, reflection question for us to consider is, what is it that makes it more attractive to these populations versus other groups? Why are other racial groups, perhaps experiencing higher rates of unsheltered homelessness? And I know, there's some suggestions around making sure that as we create more emergency housing or even street outreach programs that target unsheltered programs, that we, consider these factors and really design programs that target the specific needs that we're seeing in the community. Next slide. This one, again, really speaks to people that are exiting emergency shelter. And this has, I think, been brought up in several continuum of care and board of governance meetings. I know I keep saying that, but I just feel really proud that we've been able to have a lot of good, serious discussions to look at, why the data is telling the story that it is. But essentially, to sum this slide up, we are seeing that individuals or exits from emergency shelter to permanent housing are pretty consistent across all racial groups. And they're relatively close. However, the greatest margin is between white Americans who contribute to 37% of the sheltered population and represent 40% of people that are exiting into permanent housing. Next slide. I said 4 and I feel like I've already hit on, so this is 5. That's my typo. So I have 5. I lied to you at the beginning, but I promise that this is the last one. This finding really speaks to Black and white Americans utilize permanent supportive housing at higher rates in comparison to other races. And again, the data is here on this slide, but as a reflection point, it should allow us again to sort of pause and to think, while other race groups are exiting, as we saw in the previous slide, to permanent housing sort of at the same rate. The question should be, what I think we need to do. I would recommend doing a deeper dive to determine what types of permanent housing exits are those. Are we seeing other racial groups who maybe are not utilizing subsidized programs, or are they reuniting with family? So sort of getting a breakout of, is it a Section 8 voucher? If it's not permanent supportive housing, is it rapid rehousing? Or is it, again, perhaps a reunification or case where a person rents a unit and pays for the subsidy completely on their own? But I think the next step, aside from looking at the types of exits or exits to permanent housing, is also looking at how stable are those exits, right? Because one of the things that we know is that HUD is beginning to not only look at exits after, project exit, but looking at where is that family 6 months, 12 months from now? Are we seeing them enter our homelessness? And so making sure that, again, we're reducing those entries, and in order to do that, we will need to kind of take a deeper dive to really get a full picture of what's going on. So last slide for me, and then I'm going to hand it off to the real star of the show, which is Hafsa. Why are we here? We're here, we're reviewing this data because we recognize that housing first does not mean housing alone. It's the first step, but we recognize that there are resources that, again, kind of going back to the systems change piece, is that we have an opportunity to examine what policies and practices that may contribute to structural inequality. We also, again, I think it's important to absolutely stress that Homelessness is not caused by poverty alone, but again, due to barriers in accessing employment. We talked a little bit about the incarceration rates. Again, I know very briefly, but looking at behavioral health, domestic violence, and of course, we see higher rates, right, among youth who are exiting our foster care system. And again, going back to kind of my opening statement about making sure that we use a data-driven approach, really making sure that we take this time to reflect on this data and to respond on how we are going to approach homelessness through a racial equity lens. So we have some recommendations at the end of this presentation that we thought we could review, but for now, I'll go ahead and hand it off to Hafsa Keiko with the City of Riverside, who has some exciting news to share about what the city has already done to move this effort forward.
All right, Tanya, that was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. You did actually speak a little bit about the accomplishments as well. I just referencing this slide right here that on June 30th, 2020, the City of Riverside declared racism as a public health crisis, which I'll go over a little bit more. And on August 4th, 2020, the County of Riverside declared racism and inequity as a public health crisis. So before that is phenomenal. And before I do a deeper dive, I just want to really feel the sense of amazingness that we're discussing this as a CoC and that we're bringing this forth as a CoC because it's a very, very important issue, and it is an important issue. It's an important issue on a national level. It's an important issue on a micro level in terms of folks that we serve and how they are connected to this issue, and also to both providers and consumers. So I just really want to give kudos to our CoC for being able to bring forth such a report and addressing such an important aspect of part of service delivery. So with that being said, let's go to the next slide. So in the spirit of inclusivity, I just really want to thank Tanya and team. You know, I reached out because the City of Riverside is doing a lot in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And the reason we've have it under the umbrella of DEI is because we also believe that not only racial equity, but also equity across the board when we're looking at marginalized communities who have historically not been treated with the most dignity and regard, and have had a plight and a struggle to have their own rights, such as LGBTQ communities, and also when looking at specific populations who struggle for equity, including seniors and transition age youth. So with that being said, I just want to go over a little bit of a timeline considering the City of Riverside. And first and foremost, I just really want to take a moment to acknowledge our city manager's office, who has brought forth majority of these initiatives, along with, of course, our former Mayor Rusty Bailey, and also our city council, and also our new mayor, who is certainly Mayor Patricia Locke Dawson, bringing forth with the city council several new initiatives. So with that being said, on March 2020, our city council conceptually approved Office of Sustainability. Now, an Office of Sustainability is very important in that it speaks to equity across the board in a micro level ecosystem, to say. For example, there is economic prosperity in this bucket, there's environmental stewardship, and there's social responsibility. And under the umbrella of social responsibility is where we will find diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the reason I mention this is because the City of Riverside has created sort of a new office to address and incorporate social responsibility / DEI efforts. So in June 2020, the City Council declares racism as a public health crisis. This was certainly very important following the national dialogue around George Floyd and what we saw happening throughout the nation. In July 2020, the City Council redirected funds from our Riverside Police Department to the Office of Homeless Solutions for the creation of a social work program. And what I've coined it is the NOW program, program, the Nurse Outreach Worker program, and it's in partnership with our Riverside University Health System. We recently just completed the contract, and we're really excited to have 2 dedicated nurses that will be completing outreach with our UHS to provide basic healthcare in the here and the now, so to say. So this speaks to equity because we know that a lot of individuals experiencing homelessness do not necessarily have health equity. They're not able to potentially access the resources as well as other populations. And so by bringing the services to individuals, we're certainly meeting them in the middle. October 2020, City Council approves the Declaration of Anti-Racism Vision, and this was certainly brought forth by the former mayor's office, and it really enhanced our work on ensuring that we're weaving in a lens of anti-racism in all the work that we're doing. I will say that I really want to give kudos to our City Council and our city managers and mayors, because sometimes what happens is that when you bring forth such initiatives, there may be a dialogue, and we certainly had a dialogue, and I just really want to be able to say thank you to the fact that the city remained solid in ensuring that equity was primary. And you could go back and see that City Council meeting if you're interested in the public comments. December 2020, approval of equity officer and a DEI consultant to drive the technical assistance. So the city initiated an equity officer to ensure that a lot of these initiatives were going to be executed, and a DEI consultant to really provide a technical assistance around how to integrate it with agencies and departments such as our Human Resources Department, making sure that we were taking a look inside and also outside, so an internal and an external. We know that it's really important to review specific internal trainings, so kudos, as the City of Riverside will be training and actually requiring mandated training on racial diversity and equity inclusivity trainings to review certain things such as implicit biases or microaggressions, because the belief is that we need to be aware and mindful in order to be able to represent and be cautious as we're working with being a public servant. And so I really want to give kudos to the city in keeping that understanding that it starts within and also external work with the equity officer who's going to come on board. February 2021, City Council declares Black History Month. And so if you went on our social media, you saw that we did concerted efforts to really highlight community leaders who have led the charge. March 2021, City Council declares Women's History Month, which was very exciting to see several of the women in our community being uplifted for their amazing work. And then just yesterday, the City Council declared a Diversity Month, brought forth by the Human Relations Commission, and Diversity Month really celebrating all the diversity that we have in the city of Riverside, but also ensuring that the dialogue is happening, because certainly it's important to have the dialogue to bring forth the highlights of the importance of diversity. Next slide. So earlier I had mentioned social responsibility as part of our Office of Sustainability. So how does this really weave in? How does DEI and racial equity and LGBTQ equity really weave into a lot of the work that we're doing within the city? So we have a department that is, as I mentioned, the Office of Sustainability, that we're standing up with social responsibility, working alongside economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. A lot of the work is to develop inclusive and resilient communities by creating equitable workforce, education, resources, transportation. This diagram really speaks to elements of social responsibility / DEI that has specific categories for our community. Food security. Tanya had mentioned a little bit about poverty earlier. Livability and justice and safety, community engagement, and intergeneration programs and services. And that's so important because we are certainly looking at this focus from a trauma-informed care. We do know very well about the ACEs, the adverse childhood experiences, and the fact that marginalized communities may have higher scores given a lot of the experiences. I know personally my ACEs is up the chart, having been experiencing a lot of obstacles and difficulties growing up, but it really just goes to show that when you have the support of resiliency through your community, you can certainly thrive and really change the trend of that intergenerational trauma. Housing and homelessness, of course, that bucket fits well into social responsibility. Again, DEI, health and wellness, ensuring that there's health equity and financial resiliency, work skills and training, making sure that the education is there to uplift communities who have historically been forgotten when looking at these resources. And how are we building capacity to address this? And how are we most importantly bringing a lot of the community in the dialogue, especially as it relates to social determinants during COVID? So very, very proud of our city in creating this social responsibility alongside with economic prosperity, which also is inclusive of making sure that communities of color are being uplifted in social enterprises. And of course, environmental stewardship. How can we make sure that we are providing justice to the environment while we're doing so? Next slide. And this is the last slide. So now this is more focused on the points on the Office of Homeless Solutions. And I certainly am not going to go over all of our programs, but the reason I wanted to have this diagram here is to really show that diversity, equity, inclusivity, along with racial equity, of course, is not limited to one topic. It's not limited to one initiative. It really is woven across all of our efforts. And so we have outreach partnerships, we have collaborative wraparound supportive services, special projects, and of course, affordable housing projects. And I'm going to use affordable housing as an example. We have over 500 units in the pipeline. And of course, Michelle Davis, City's Housing Authority Manager, is leading the charge. One of the most important things is the creation of senior housing, right? And senior housing is also one of those buckets where we're making sure that there is, we're looking at it from a perspective of any individuals who might be marginalized because of their age. And then, of course, special projects. We have the MAP home, emergency quarantine trailers, which were the FEMA trailers. That's also, again, looking at social determinants of health, right? Similar to Project Roomkey, where you're really looking at the most chronic. You're looking at the ones who have the most health issues. And of course, pregnant or also anyone who is senior in age. And of course, in that bucket, I would remiss if I did not mention lived experience and formerly homeless initiative. That is incredibly important to the work alongside with youth programming, so that we're looking at, as referencing what Karen said earlier, policy from a lens of folks who have experienced it. And I just want to obviously acknowledge a lot of the providers. We've got Path of Life, The Place, CityNet, IEHP, Helping Hearts, Bridge. So having a plethora of different providers that are able to meet individuals where they are at due to different experiences, due to different trauma, is also a form of integrating diversity in the work that we're doing. And then lastly, in terms of outreach partnerships, again, we have a great partnership with UCR School of Medicine, where we're providing health equity days on our Hewlin campus to ensure that we are making sure that we're bringing health access to individuals experiencing homelessness. And also our public safety engagement team. And why is that so important is the intersection between the greater community and the homeless community. We want to make sure that our community is able to see that it is a reciprocal relationship, that you're not only helping individuals experiencing homelessness, but also mitigating impact into the community at large. So I just really wanted to take a moment to talk about how the City of Riverside has integrated DEI efforts and how incredibly important it is to the work in the Office of Homeless Solutions. I do welcome any partners on this call to contact me if you want to have any DEI initiatives within the City of Riverside. We are welcoming with open arms, as inclusive as we can be with the diversity and equity inclusivity. So thank you so much. And I'm very happy our CoC is going to be expanding on these efforts, and we'll certainly be contributing. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafsa. I think what I love most about the timing is that right, we launch this racial disparity report, but at the same time have a city who has already taken steps that can be shared with the continuum of care, other jurisdictions, in addition, right, to on a larger, maybe regional level, state level, that can serve as best practices. And I think the one that really captured my attention, I know I talked to you offline, was the appointment of a equity officer. And Marcus Dillard and I were working on a grant application with Public Health yesterday and put in a similar position because we thought that in order to really move an initiative like this forward with the county, it would be a good idea, right, to have someone that regularly leads conversations, reviews data, and works with different county departments to move this forward. For the continuum of care, we did not include a motion here so that you could accept the recommendations that we've prepared on this page. However, I think I have sort of two ideas. One, it is my understanding, but definitely seeking clarification from those of you that have more training than I do, but it's my understanding that a board, any member, voting member, could make a motion at any time. The second, I think, suggestion I have is perhaps including this in a motion to move forward with some recommended practices either at the next Continuum of Care meeting in May or in June. But just wanted to share that out there. I personally wish I would have included that, but realize that there's a great benefit that we meet on a more regular basis now. So sort of next steps, and I think what we're hoping that each of you could consider is there's been a lot of conversation, again, both on a state and federal level, about making sure that board membership makeups are diverse in nature, but are also representative of the people that are being served in the community. And in conversations with staff, we feel that we have a pretty diverse makeup. And to that end, though, so we have actual data that we can report back on, are working on creating a survey that will be sent to each of you and our Board of Governance members, where you can self-report not only what racial and ethnic groups you identify with, but also write other service types categories so that we can truly have a full picture of the composition of our makeup. The other recommendation, which I stated earlier, is making sure that we're conducting this type of analysis on an annual basis. So we'll certainly want to prepare something, you know, for the current year, next year. We also feel that we can use our multidisciplinary webinars that are hosted each month to include topics such as this one, where we can take a deeper dive and invite experts to speak on how they are incorporating DEI initiatives into their program. Another suggestion is to allow for agencies, when applying for CoC funding, to submit again, using DEI, the diversity, equity, inclusionary plans in their proposals. So this, right, as an example, just kind of taking a look at what other communities have, could include making sure that, again, you're making active efforts to recruit a diverse staff that represents the people that you're going to be serving. And we can certainly share, I think I found a document from Seattle that I thought was really good, and we can certainly share that with the Continuum of Care for further review. And the last recommended strategy here, which again we feel is very timely, is we're currently working on our homeless action plan, which has an estimated completion date of August 2021. And so what a perfect time, right, to be able to work with LaSAR development consultants and each of you to look at integrating a DEI strategy into that plan. So those are the recommendations we have, but certainly we wanted, I think Hobbs and I found it extremely important to make sure that we allowed some time for members from this group to provide additional feedback and recommendations.
And Tanya, one thing I forgot to mention, those are excellent recommendations. One thing I just forgot to mention too is that both the CoC, the county, and especially the city of Riverside referencing a specific grant, the Homeless and Housing Assistance Prevention Grant with the state, we are required also to integrate a lot of racial equity work around this. And so, you know, this is important because as we know, the CoC has a bucket of funding through our HAP 1 and HAP 2, and we're going to hopefully continue to get additional funding from the state. And so this also speaks to our grantors and ensuring that we are doing the due diligence to show up and show out in this incredible work as the CoC. But Karen, I see your hands up.
So I just wanted to say bravo, ladies, and I hope that we can move this for approval today. And I wanted to just throw this out there. Hafsa, you hit on the point, and that is there are requirements that are coming down from, you know, the feds and the state, and it's so important to be in front of this so that we can be proactive. And yeah, I'm not sure, Tanya, if the CFC is ahead of the other county agencies in terms of developing a solid platform like this, but I really feel that this could be helpful to the other county agencies that they're connected to the continuum of care, but you know, they have their processes for funding. So this might even be a benefit to them where they could use this information. And of course, not just other county agencies, but even other cities and stakeholders. So I think that this is really great to see the continuum of care leading a model forward. So.
Thank you, Karen. We have Jim Bolus.
Yeah, this is amazing. I'm so impressed with this. We're definitely in a new, moving into a new day and age. So bravo, bravo. I'm curious if there was any breakdown in the data in between age, either under 25 or even elderly, because I'd be very curious to see if there was any uniqueness in that area.
For this particular study, we just looked at race and ethnicity and the different types of permanent supportive housing. We did not look at age, but I think that definitely a good recommendation, especially right for us to consider as we look at doing this and in more depth on an annual basis.
Yeah, I agree. Other questions or comments?
So good morning, this is Margaret, and I'm sorry, but I missed part of Hafsa's presentation because I was in another in another meeting. But I just wanted to say the part that I did hear, I wholly embrace, and I'm so happy that we're having this conversation and this discussion in our county, and that we're looking at having agencies that are applying for CoC's funds submit their diversity inclusion plans. It's so important that we're addressing this as a county. I'm just excited, and kudos to the CoC for even having this on the agenda and being culturally sensitive, so to speak. I'm just happy about it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Margaret. Yuki. Hello.
I was just wondering if there was anything, I mean, this is all fantastic and desperately needed. Is there anything planned for LGBT data in future surveys, or are we focusing entirely on ethnicity?
You know, I'm so glad like we're opening up the discussion. And again, I feel like I'm providing some disappointment. Again, we just focused on race and ethnicity for this, but we can absolutely continue to do more studies and do a further breakdown looking at other demographics. And so know that I am making note of that. I know my team is making note of that. We have our homeless management information systems, HMIS, or data team, I should say, on the line. So we can absolutely look at providing a further breakdown, so we can look at service distribution, looking at other demographics. But thank you for that.
Yeah, and let me add to that, Yuki. That's a great point, and I think that's one of the reasons why I mentioned the DEI effort as a whole, the diversity, equity, and inclusivity, because it encompasses not only racial equity but also LGBTQ, along with any other marginalized communities and different subpopulations. I know that the city of Riverside, we are definitely moving at a rate that is progressive. The cities have something called the Municipality Equality Index, and that really reviews the essence of LGBTQ education, resources, and tools. And the city of Riverside actually had a scoring a few years ago that was not high. And actually this past year, we far exceeded, I think we're close to 100 now. And one of the major things is that we have a council member, Edwards, who is our council member for Ward 1, who does identify with the LGBTQ community and moving a lot of the initiatives forward. One of the things that the city of Riverside's also going to do, and maybe we can do this for the CoC, is have a specific acknowledgement for Pride Month, when that's going to for Pride Month, and a lot of the activities as well. So I really appreciate you bringing that up because inclusivity is very, very important. And the Access Center, the city of Riverside's Access Center, is welcoming to everybody. And you bring up a really good point too, especially since in the past there have been specific federal policies that may not have been as conducive. And I think the tide is moving now. So thank you for bringing that up.
Jim.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to clarify when I raised the issue of age, clarification is that I really wanted to sort of see, or was hoping to see, the intersectionality of race in age categories, either under 25 or over, not like a separate age analysis, although that would be great. I think seeing how race impacts homelessness for youth as well as elderly, and then also, as we were just talking, LGBTQI, sexual orientation, gender identity expression. So that I just wanted to clarify that.
And it's a good point, Jim. And if I can comment on that, and as one, and I know there's many on this call from the CoC who have pushed for the new HMIS system over the last few years, actually. That's a lot of why we did it, is because we wanted a better system in order to gather that type of data. So I know we have an amazing HMIS data team on the call and that are looking at all these. And as Tanya said, I think one of the best recommendations is about doing this type of data analysis every year, and totally agree we need to break down not just age, but LGBT populations within those data disparities. I just want to acknowledge too that I know there are other agencies and cities on this call or who are not on this call that are moving in this direction as well. Many of them in the eastern part of the county as well. And I want to give a shout out. I know that Desert Healthcare District in their grant opportunities asked for this type of plans in diversity and inclusion plans as well. And I see Lindsay has her hand up.
Oh, hey guys. I also just wanted to quickly point out for the Emergency Solutions Grant CARES Act funding that we were awarded the 31 million or so, a portion of that can be set aside to hire staff specifically to do outreach to service providers that support communities that are proportionally disadvantaged by homelessness and focus on racial equity. So that's something we could certainly look at as well to support this effort.
And I just want to add too, as far as the integration into the homeless action plan is key, because that can give us some real goals and achievable results that we can work towards. So I appreciate that. I'm getting consensus that there's not any option to approving these recommendations today. If I could entertain a motion to do so.
I make a motion, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Who was that, just for the record?
Karen Roper.
Okay, thanks, Karen. I thought the rest of it. All right. Any further discussion or questions? This is fantastic work, you guys. Appreciate it. All right, and I'm gonna take the liberty as chair again. If there's any opposition in adopting these recommendations, please raise your hand. Again, no judgment. I don't see any abstentions. All right, great work. Looking forward to this. I would just add, really proud of the CoC. We are kind of a leading agency within the county with this. I will say, though, I'm very proud of my boss who introduced the racism as a public health crisis resolution. But additionally, the county went through a series of listening sessions. And so the executive office is looking, and I know individual agencies and departments are looking at how to implement this type of systems change within the county as a whole. And I know our county is leading on this effort across the nation, actually. But so thank you, everyone, for the hard work. All right, moving on to item 5B is a COVID-19 vaccination and coordination efforts. Josh.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Greg. So I'm going to apologize in advance. I coincidentally got my second vaccine shot yesterday, mostly asymptomatic, but a little foggy. So I apologize if I'm a little scattered, but we'll move forward. So just a little bit of background for the vaccination and coordination efforts. I'm sure most of you are aware that obtaining a vaccine for several months was a little difficult, but earlier this month, we seem to have more of an abundance. And if you aren't aware, Riverside County has opened up the eligibility for vaccines for any Riverside County resident 16 ages or older. And so as we see these vaccines become available, we have been pushing to provide these vaccines to unsheltered homeless population. And we as a CoC, in attempts to coordinate homeless service provision, really started brainstorming on how we could meet that need. And so we noticed that a lot of shelters and shelter operators were reaching out to various organizations, private clinics, to have mobile vaccination clinics on site. We wanted to help bridge that gap. And so we've started working with local shelters to bring some of these vaccines to their site. We've been working with public health and EMD, Emergency Management Department. Natalis, who is not here today and is on a well-deserved vacation. We met with EMD staff to refine a process so that when we find a shelter that is interested to bring the vaccines to their site, we can get that process streamlined and happening. So here's our 5-step process that we established with EMD. We did develop a draft of a checklist to seek interest from agencies. I have had some agencies reach out over the past few days and week. And so we gauge their interest and see if, according to our checklist, that this is a realistic site to have vaccination. Most of the time it is. It just depends on the size of the clinic that we'll be bringing there, or I should say EMD will be bringing there. And then so once we gauge that interest and confirm that the shelter or organization is willing to bring the vaccine clinic to their location, we notify EMD. I would say in between steps 1 and 2, or perhaps under the communicate with the agency and host interest. We do try to facilitate a call with the host of the shelter or organization, CoC staff, and EMD so that we can move to step 2 and conduct a site assessment. The site assessment serves as a, I guess, a survey or a tool to see the capacity of vaccines and staff that we're able to bring there on the dates that are decided upon. Once the site assessment is conducted, we all meet again to finalize the details, the dates, you know, how many vaccines and how much staff we'll be able to provide. After that, we market and promote the event via our CoC email, any flyers that are made, press releases, broadcast, email blasts, you name it. Whatever we can help provide to promote the event, to make it successful and to reach as many unsheltered homeless individuals as possible. And then the last step is the event itself. Natalis and I talked about this, and we really want to make sure that we're present and to get a gauge on how the events are going and if we can assist in any way. So we very much plan on being there in person and working very hands-on with these organizations. We had one event already at Martha's Village and Kitchen. This one was thrown together quite quickly, and I would deem this very successful. We rolled out 555 vaccines, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. This vaccine seems to work better for our unsheltered population. It's just a one and done. We don't have to worry about maintaining appointments a month later, locating the individuals. So on day 1, 205 individuals are vaccinated, and on day 2, we saw that number jump up very high. I believe they were booked the entire day. And this is typical. Once word gets out, you know, on the ground level, a lot of people seem to be aware of the event and attend the second day or the third day. And according to the public health staff that were there, they're predicting about 35% of those individuals that were vaccinated on those 2 days were unsheltered. So it was open to the public as well, but over a third were unsheltered individuals, which I would consider a great success. We do have some planned events, and I'll be transparent here as well. We did encounter somewhat of a hiccup when the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was put on hold. A lot of agencies were hesitant to use a 2-dose vaccine, again, with some of the barriers that I mentioned before, with unsheltered individuals. But now that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is available as of this week, I've been speaking with EMD staff, and they're working on obtaining more doses and rolling that out. We'll be working with Path of Life Ministries to host an event there. And I've also been approached by a consultant, Robin Gilliland. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. She's a consultant with the city of San Jacinto. There's an event going on May 20th, and we're working on getting EMD staff to provide vaccines there as well. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I think that was pretty comprehensive, but if anyone has any questions, please.
Thanks, Josh. Any questions at all? Offset.
Hey, I just want to say thank you, Josh, and your team on making these available. This is very, very important. I know we've been offline and had a couple of conversations, but ancillary to Path of Life, we at the Hewlin campus want to make sure that we integrate, and speaking of inclusivity, include CityNet along with the other partners on campus, the Place, and Access Center folks. So we would love to, as you know, we're working on it offline, but planned events could also include just Hewlin campus in general, because we certainly have folks that walk up. So thank you. And I don't know if Leonard, if you wanted to chime in on that one.
Thank you, Hafsa.
Thank you, Hafsa. Much appreciated.
No, I think you covered it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joshua. And this is a great compliment. I know that Coachella Valley Rescue Commission, too, you know, they have their on-site clinic and have been vaccinating a lot of their clients. So this is a great compliment to that. So and it is nice to have Johnson & Johnson back. So seeing no other hands raised, we'll move on to item C, Migrant Family Sheltering Program. You can go to the next slide, Josh. and even the next one after that. As many of you are aware, we've addressed this in the last couple COC meetings. For those who may not be aware, much of the staff that's on this call 2 years ago, COC staff, dealt with the asylum seeker issue primarily only in the city of Blythe. What we've noticed this year is a much, how do I say, steady stream that's not only affecting eastern part of the county, but now also primarily through the Murata processing station. This slide, it's pretty detailed, but it gives you a great idea of how the asylum seekers are processed. Of course, 2 years ago, we weren't dealing with COVID, and I think our county should be very proud of how our emergency management department, HHWPS department, and public health, I can go on and on about the number of people that are involved in this, have made public health their #1 priority, not just for the residents of Riverside, but also for these individuals seeking refuge from the horrible conditions that they came from. Just briefly, when we process the individuals, if they are negative, then they are in the eastern part of the county sent to the Galilee Center, which also deserves a huge shout out, where they process and help them do their paperwork and get them to their point of contact with either family or their sponsors. And on the western side, the county has stepped up and is actually housing those individuals in hotels and helping county staff. And I think Melanie had to jump off the call. So again, kudos to her for getting those individuals processed as well. If even one individual tests positive within a group, because these asylum seekers often are traveling or processed in groups, if one person tests positive, the county implements basically our public health policy of isolating and quarantining individuals. They're checked on regularly by public health nurses, fed daily, and then once they're free to exit, they are again processed in with the individual locations. If you could go to the next slide, Josh. And this just gives you some of the overall numbers. You can see in about, I think it's been about 2 months total, we've processed 1,312 individuals, 664 sheltered at Galilee. There's currently only 5. Galilee really gets individuals in and out in about 1 to 2 days, as well as the county staff on the western part of the county. And then you can see the numbers placed in quarantine and isolation, so quite a few. And then currently we have 255 as well. And I believe that's the update. If anybody has any questions.
Can I make a comment?
Absolutely, since you're one of the cheerleaders and spearheads of this initiative. So
there's a lot of us, but Susan Larkin was thinking the exact same thing. I wanted to make sure to acknowledge 2 additional groups, which include the Emergency Food and Shelter Program Local Board. A lot of the local board members are here and participate in our continuum of care regularly, and also the Salvation Army. The EFSP local board held a special meeting last week, literally within 24 hours notice, to approve a proposal put forth by the Salvation Army that was passed and approved by the national board, received official news yesterday, and will allow, or has allowed, Salvation Army beginning today to start up services and serve as the main social service provider on the West. So major kudos to both of those teams, agency, for making that happen. We're truly thankful and look forward to working with, again, both groups to continue supporting migrant families. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great news. I know you've been working on that for a while. And just for everyone's information on this call, it's Tanya and her team have really spearheaded this effort. And you can imagine, especially with the whole COVID element thrown in and the need for hotel and isolation and quarantine, the amount of work that takes the staff, in addition to the continued work that they do for the CoC and the entire department, is just absolutely amazing. So thank you, Tanya. All right, moving on, Josh, we'll go to the coordination of stimulus payments. This, of course, we addressed either a meeting ago or a couple of meetings ago on the eligibility of unhoused residents for the stimulus payments. I really want to thank you, Hafsa. I've been trying to get the right links and all that, and you found the one from IRS that they relatively newly did. We did send that out to Continuum of Care, and then I believe Tanya uploaded it today to the Google Docs. It's a really great one-pager, easy to do, especially for shelter operators or people that see clients on a regular basis that can provide an address. It really, really helps move that process along. So. On to item 6, standing items. The Board of Governance update strategic planning. No real news for this continuing care meeting. The planning committee has been working with LASAR, and so we've okayed kind of their scope and their outline of how we will be addressing the strategic planning and all the items. Obviously, we'll send what we approved today on the DEI to them as well. And then anticipating, Tanya, some kind of report. I believe it's next month, correct? Or, yeah.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
On the gaps analysis.
Yeah. So we should be able, if we have it in time for May, we'll do a brief presentation on that. If not, definitely by June. So, all right. Any questions on that? No. All right. Moving on to the CoC lead agency update, Tanya.
All right. Greg, I'll add one more point. Just a heads up, Continuum of Care members, you are going to be receiving an email from LASAR Development Consultants inviting you to participate in a survey. We have asked them to draft up an email that we can forward directly using our email address. I'm not sure which one will come first, but if you can just keep an eye out for that. Again, that is part of what Greg just referenced, our strategic planning effort, and we'll be asking you for some questions regarding priorities and services. So Josh, we can jump over to the next slide. I wanted to use today's meeting to just provide an overview of our different programs. We reviewed this during our Board of Governance meeting, and I left that meeting thinking, you know, we should also, I know we include the information in our CoC staff reports, which you guys get on a regular basis, but I think it's always good in this forum to make sure that we're also allowing for discussion from this group. So our HUD 2018 NOFA programs have ended. They have all closed. And we did have 6% of unexpended funds. So that never makes us feel good. But again, I think it's important to be transparent and you know, have open conversations about how we can work together to make better progress and ensure that all funding gets spent, which I know as a department, as a division, our staff is really looking at decreasing the amount of funding that is returned each year. And actually, before really kind of diving into what 2019 is currently projecting, I will say that we are really looking at taking the approach of, right, we're all in this together. We recognize, especially with COVID-19, that there are a lot of economic impacts that are larger than just, right, an agency not performing, that are the reasons why we're having some challenges on spending funding. When we looked at the complete breakdown, and if any of you would like to see the more detailed report that shows, you know, project by agency and how much money was returned, you can look at the Board of Governance agenda items from the last meeting, or email me and I'll be happy to send that to you. But if I could sum it up, what we saw is that most of the programs that returned money were programs that were carrying out rapid rehousing interventions. And so rapid rehousing provides short to medium term, up to 12 months of rental assistance, with the idea that after the last month's subsidy, which again is usually up to 12 months, or on the 13th month, the individual will be responsible for 100% of the rent. COVID has been with us for a year, and the reality is we still have a lot of individuals who have not yet fully returned to work. And so, you know, I think it's important for our continuum of care to have discussions on, you know, does it make sense to continue to fund rapid rehousing under this program? Should we explore perhaps using other sources, maybe more flexible types of funding to administer this intervention? I think we can all agree that rapid rehousing is valuable, and there are definitely people who, as an example, experience homelessness for the first time that really do just need that short-term assistance to get on the feet. But certainly in the midst of the current circumstances, that has been larger for people as a whole. And our state funding definitely allows for much more flexibility in how we use those funds, where our HUD CoC grants are very much set, right? You allocate the funding to a project, and that project, those funds have to be tied to that project for the remainder of the year. So for 2019, we're not done yet, but we, under our current projections, we are estimating that we will have about 4.9% in unexpended funds. Like you, we're not happy with that, and we want to do what we can, again, to work together with those agencies. So we are already beginning to reach out, and we do this on a monthly basis, where we provide, you know, regular updates on spending, and we have program managers who check in. But we're going to do more of a focused effort, like we did with HEAP, to really have virtual meetings with those agencies to talk about some ways that we can brainstorm to really decrease that funding. The other project I have listed here is HEAP, and I think it's important to share that one because last year we were looking at project 50% of unspent funds, but have successfully decreased that to 3.9%. And I can tell you that we are in very close communication with those agencies, and our projections, again, are just based on dollars spent to date, but all of the agencies are reporting that they will be able to spend 100%. So we don't want to give a single dollar back, and we truly think that we can make that happen. Susan, I see your question. I will need to research that. Again, I'm just kind of taking what my fiscal manager planted and moving it forward, but I'm happy to follow up with you to just confirm that the 4% is still over $400,000. I just want to make sure that I get you the right answer. Next slide. This is like a really good, exciting project. Our emergency solutions grant, and it says CV1. I had 2 in there, and I must have hit backspace too quickly here, but this is in regards to ESG-CV round 2. We released an RFP a few weeks ago for about $31.5 million in funding, and to our very much surprise that we're so excited, received over $46 million in ask. So that equates to 29 applications, and the applications again ranged from interventions in rapid rehousing, emergency shelter, street outreach, and we are, again, these are county funds, but we are tasked with working very closely with the continuum of care to ensure that funding aligns with plans, it aligns with the continuum of care efforts. And so know that our plan is to continue to update you in these meetings once awards have been made and programs are launched, so that we can ensure that referrals are made through the coordinated entry system, and that we are providing you with regular updates on the progress. So again, award recommendations haven't been made. I simply have this here. I know many of you that are participating today applied for funding, and we're truly excited about using these funds to help advance some initiatives that you have found to be important, such as ending youth homelessness, senior homelessness, and family homelessness. Next slide. And this is just the fun roadmap that we put together for ESU CV2. Visuals are fun. I'll let you take time to review this, but I thought it was important to include here because, again, it really speaks to how we intended to use this funding to really align and mirror the COC's current strategies to further the cause. And I think that might be it for me. Josh, if you can go one more slide. Okay, I see you nodding your head. So I trust you. I'll go ahead and stop there and see if anybody has any questions, comments, thoughts. I welcome it all.
Thank you, Tanya. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any hands raised. All right. Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate that. Item C, the CES lead update. Marcus, you still on?
Still here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Cannon, administrator with RUHS Behavioral Health, and we serve as the lead agency for our coordinated entry system. Just want to provide you a few brief updates. I know we've had a packed agenda, so I'll keep my remarks short. One of the first things I want to do is introduce a new member of our team. Her name is Morel Cabazon, and she is a social service planner, but for us will be serving as a CES coordinator. I see the little clapping emoji. Yes, thank you. Morel, can you just say hello and let people put a face to a name?
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. My name is Morel Cabazon. As Marcus stated, I am the new social service planner with the HOPE program. I am new to the homeless side of things, but I do understand that it's very much a team effort, so I do look forward to working with all of you.
Glad to have you on board. I'm glad to get you introduced to folks here today. One of the first things I want to mention, just a couple of housekeeping items. On our by name list, as you know, we periodically send out requests to all of your agency supervisors, confirming that the clients that are on the by name list are still active, still able to be reached by your agency. Certainly, we know our homeless population moves around and moves from place to place and may move in and out of homelessness, and we want to make sure that when you need referrals for your vacancies and for your services, that we're able to refer people to you that are active and ready to receive the assistance. So we appreciate your assistance in advance with getting responses to us so that we know who should stay on a list and who can be moved to an inactive list. So look for those emails to come. Similarly, periodically we notice that we get bounce backs on emails from folks at your agencies, and so typically we assume that that person is no longer with an agency, and so we remove those folks from the mailing list. But if you have somebody within your agency that used to get our our mailing list and other information that we send out that's not getting it, please just reach out to us. We want to make sure that we don't inadvertently remove anybody. One sort of teaser that I want to provide is that next week on May 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. we have our HMIS and CES committee. We're going to talk about a number of things there, but one of them is the recommendation to make some changes with the VI-SPDAT that we're using. As most of you know, the VI-SPDAT is our assessment tool that we use as a county to assess people who are homeless and the acuity of their situation. A couple changes that we're going to propose there. Currently, as a county, we use the individual VI-SPDAT and the family VI-SPDAT, and those are the only two that we use. However, there are other VI-SPDATs available, and two that we're going to propose that we should adopt as a county would be a TAY-specific, transitional age youth-specific VI-SPDAT, and a homeless prevention specific VI-SPDAT. As there are more resources that are being focused on homeless prevention, we're going to suggest that at least should be in the conversation of when do we want to adopt that tool. The TAY tool, I think, is an easier, a less controversial topic to just say, yes, we should adopt it. The prevention, I think it's more of a conversation that we need to have to balance the need for a thorough assessment around prevention, but the other factor to balance there is that we don't put so many tools and paperwork and process in front of a homeless prevention assistance payment that now we're, deciding somebody does in fact need this payment after they got evicted, based on our extensive government analysis. So we want to be careful about that, but I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. And then specifically for the individual and the family VI SPDAT, we are going to propose that we move from version 2.0 to version 3.0. Those changes are not monumental. It's still fundamentally the same tool, but with updated language that strives to be more relevant to our homeless consumers themselves, and to put questions in language that really makes sense to them and that elicits the most accurate answer. So at that meeting, we will walk you through all those changes. What's the change from 2.0 to 3.0? That's kind of more in the weeds than we need for this meeting, but Morel's created a good tool that we can use to walk you through those changes at that meeting. But wanted to make that teaser, so if you're available May 5th, 1 to 3 p.m., we'd love to have you at HMIS and CES committee meeting. Similarly, the Youth Action Committee and the Youth Action Board, the next meeting is May 19th from 10 to noon. And as part of our role here at CES, we're trying to be more involved with that group specifically. We have ways that we're involved in a focused way with veterans and with seniors, but I think we've been guilty of not being as focused on the needs of youth. While we don't have the ability to immediately create new housing, new vouchers, new doors for youth, we want to be part of the conversation of how do we make the resources that we do have more efficient. And so Morel and myself will be at the Yak and Yab upcoming committee meeting. And then I think we can have a conversation about, would it be helpful to the youth providers and those of you that are not youth providers, but who serve youth as a part of your course of business, to have some sort of focused case conferencing meeting on youth. Again, with that reality in mind that we can't create new doors, but if we can make the resources that we do have more efficient, then that's to everybody's benefit. So wanted to make you that update. And then lastly, our numbers are in the staff report that our CoC team provides, so we're grateful to them. We do have March's numbers there, and let's see if I'm able to share my screen. Excuse me, we have got February in the staff report, and here's March. One thing that I wanted to highlight that we appreciate is that we've had great response from those of you that are housing providers with tracking. How long does it take you to make contact with clients after we refer them to you? And right now that averages at 3 days. You'll see that noted in the bottom right-hand corner with a little asterisk. So we, as a system, want to strive to get that number down to same day, that the same day we refer somebody to you, you're able to reach them. But I think that number of 3 days is a pleasant surprise. I think some of us feared that number might be higher. So just thank you to you and your staff for being diligent about recording when are you first able to contact people after we refer them to you. With that said, are there any questions that we can answer for you all?
Yeah, Jim, hold us.
Hi, Jim.
Hey, Marcus. This is great. Obviously, I'm stoked that you guys are entertaining doing a youth coordinated entry component. My question, though, is actually about the perceived. Well, actually, it's not perceived; it's out there. The VI SPDAT has some criticisms around racial and ethnicity disparities, and I'm wondering if you guys are going into this exploration of 3.0 with that on the agenda.
Yes, is the short answer. The longer answer, I think, that we want to have a conversation about is, and I know that feels ironic to say the longer answer and then say we need to move on, but the medium answer I could give you here is to say that our new HMIS system, Clarity, already comes really designed to have staff and agencies using version 3.0. And so as part of the rollout of Clarity, I think it just makes sense that we go to 3.0 right away, given that we're already using the VI-SPID app. So it's not as if we're going to start assessing our population with a whole new modality. It's for better or for worse, it's essentially what we're doing today. It'll just make our software rollout much easier. But longer term, I do think that we as a community want to continue to have a conversation about, is the VI-SPID app the best tool for us to use? And is it the best tool to use for all populations? Certainly, even the creators of the VI-SPID app are, I think, at that juncture themselves, talking about, is the VI-SPID app the future, or is that company that developed that, it's Org Code Consulting, are they thinking about launching a new tool? And so we'll certainly stay monitoring those developments and bring you those updates. But I want us to be able to simultaneously, while seeking, the perfect solution, make sure we have some kind of solution in place at the current moment, just so we keep things moving and are able to assess people in some manner, in some fashion.
Thank you, Mark.
Sorry, Greg. Any other questions?
Not seeing any hands raised. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you all.
Right. The next item, the HMIS lead update. Gordon.
Good morning, Greg. It's nice
Good morning,
to see everybody. My name is Gordon Kwong. I am the HMIS lead, and I'll be providing you a update, most notably on our new system, Clarity. So firstly, me and my team want to thank you on behalf of everyone that supported us in our Go Live. We thank you because you took the time to go through the Clarity training course, and you took time to learn the system and then use the system. So we definitely appreciate that for joining us on our Go Live this month. So we want to bring you some statistics of our new system. And currently we have 33 active agencies that are already live in Clarity. And based on the information that I received regarding the funding sources and our collaboration efforts, there are more agencies that are going to be on the way. And right now in our new HMIS, the BidFocus, which is our software vendor that provides Clarity, they have made it known to us that we currently have 233 users that have signed up for the Clarity training course, and 190 of y'all have already completed the Clarity training course. So we're really happy about that. And we see that with every day that moves on, individuals are completing the course. And after your course completion, we set you up in HMIS with user and login information. And we have been hearing that definitely one of the most sought after features in Clarity, is the services, and as well as the VI-SPID ads. And one thing we definitely want to note that the Clarity system is definitely different than the client tri system in so many different ways. We won't get on to the minutia, here, but one of the major differences is how the services are configured in Clarity versus client tri. So I want to let you know that our HMIS team has been hard at work setting up services for each agency individually, and they will become available in the beginning of May. And one of the critical differences is that each service needs to be set up for each unique agency. So for example, if you've provided services such as case management, and we set that up for Valley Restart, right? We can't just simply use that service again for, let's say, Path of Life Ministries. We have to configure that particular service individually for each agency, and we have to do that for each and every agency. So one of the things that we'll be doing today is that we will be sending out a notification letting you all know that the agencies will be receiving notice when their services have been all set up in Clarity, and you will begin to be able to attach services to the clients, and that notice will go out today. And the historical services are part of the custom migration phase. As you all know, we've completed the agencies and programs and users. And one of the things that we wanted to ensure was that the go live date by April 6th is to have all of our agency information and have our client information and client records and enrollments in the system for everyone to see. And lastly, I want to touch upon the VI-SPDAT. I know Marcus, mentioned that there will be a vote in the CES HMIS meeting on May 5th, and that vote consists of moving on to version 3.0 in Clarity, and that is the version that is currently set up in Clarity. And once that vote has passed the council, then what we will do is we'll begin implementing the version 3.0 for VI-SPDATs for individuals who submit those. Right, and that's for my updates for Clarity. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Gordon. Susan, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I have probably two. So, Gordon, can you talk a little bit about the plan to import the old SPDATs into the system? And two, is there, since this system is totally new and we just had the online training, is there plans for additional specific training, like training on reports or small group training or something like that, that will help us navigate this whole system? Because I was really excited about what it can do, but it's a little difficult being a new system to figure out what it can do. So those are my two questions.
Yes. So just like I just talked about the VI-SPDAT. So yes, we are planning. We are currently, like I've kind of alluded to, we migrate things in phases. And for the VI-SPDAT, we are planning to pull the VI-SPDATs, of course, from our old system, Clarity, in the form of assessments, and bring it client track, in our old system, and we're bringing that to our new system, Clarity, and that will be followed by our services migration. That is what we're focusing right now, but the VI-SPDATs is definitely in the works in terms of the migration from our old system to the new one. And in terms of the training, we actually have been talking internally about developing specific training for agencies, and perhaps creating a video or additional documentation, and that is definitely something that we plan to do. Although right now our priority is focusing on making sure that our rollout is with little bumps as possible, and we're making sure that all the information from the previous system is in the new system in the way that it is viewed in the previous system. So that is our focus. But to answer your question, Susan, yes, once our migration phases are complete, we will definitely be looking into more in-depth training that goes on top of the Clarity general training that is available now.
Thank you.
Great, any other questions? Right, thank you, Gordon, appreciate it.
All right, great, thank you for your time, appreciate it.
All right, moving on to item E, housing resource update. I don't have anything really major, but I'm going to turn this over to Karen really quickly, because it's kind of a little success story on the housing we wanted to show you. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Really, we wanted to share this success story with you all from the city of Corona to serve as a source of encouragement to all of you who are doing such a great job in the trenches of serving the homeless. I hope that this will bring joy to your heart as it did those of us in the city of Corona. So enjoy the success story.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd end up where I did, especially at such a late stage in my life when I'm supposed to be enjoying the fruits of my labor, But everybody has a story, and if you don't know theirs, don't judge is all I can say, because you don't know what they went through, or what happened in their life that put them in that place, My story is just one of many, like anybody else. You know, I was living a good middle class life. We just my wife and myself, kids are out of the nest, and everything's going fine. I hurt myself during construction, tore up my shoulder. You know, my foot started acting up too because I ended up with a hole in my foot, my right foot. It was just from a skin graft from 1972, and couldn't get that thing to heal. It just got worse and worse. Consequently, I lost pretty much all the strength in my right leg. Pretty much had to retire. Every night, my wife said, you know, I love you, honey, and you know, every morning she'd say a prayer for me, and like she's like a Mother Teresa, you know. I mean, throughout the world of her, but out of the blue, you know, come January like 8th of 2 years ago, she just said, "Get out, you got to go." We never fought, never raised word. Well, you know, if you don't know there's something you're supposed to talk about, you don't talk. You know, she was seeing somebody else. I was so stupid and so blind, I didn't see it because I wasn't looking for it. I wasn't suspicious of it, you know. It crushed me. It crushed me. And I shampooed this morning. And took a shower this morning. And my hair is short. If my hair was longer, you wouldn't believe how much I get out of that. I mean, that's pretty dirty. This is from today. It's the best I could do, especially when it got real hot. Got real hot, boy. You sweat a lot. Oh my God. That's better. So that's primarily the gist of how I cleaned up every morning before I got ready for my day. That was my little safe spot. I parked there in the middle of the night and back in so I could see what's going on. The doctor said I need to just keep my foot elevated above my chest for like at least 20, 30 minutes a day anyways, maybe to an hour, 2 or 3 times a day. I go over there to those bleachers and I just lay on the cement pad there and put my foot up. He felt kind of vulnerable. I felt vulnerable here. Jeez, I never thought I'd do that. You know, I mean, it was very humiliating, you know. And I was homeless to the point that my 2 guardian angels came along and helped me out, you know, rescued me, gave me a hand up, not a handout, you know.
We reached out to him. He was at Butterfield Park and he was actually just laying on the floor with his foot on the bleacher because of his condition with his foot.
I'm very grateful for that. And just thinking about it makes me want to cry. My main problem is it was getting worse. I was worried about losing my leg or my foot. And once they saw that, I mean, they said, "Oh my goodness, help you out." And they got me a voucher for a hotel for 90 days. And once they helped me getting me that room, I was able to sleep normal and I could care for it every day because I had running water, you know. I had the running water to be able to bathe it correctly and dress it every day. Without them, who knows? I don't even know if I'd still have my foot, you know. I wanted you guys to see it because you guys know what it looked like.
I mean, since you sent me the photo with the measurements, it already looked so much better than when I asked you to pull out the foot the other day. We're really happy to see you happy where you're at now and see your health finally getting better and your foot healing. Yeah, so.
Thank you so much. You guys, you changed my life. Both of you guys just came along when, I don't know, when I was giving up, you know. I didn't see any light in the tunnel, you know.
Yeah. You're welcome, Stephen. It's really been our pleasure. We feel honored to be your case managers, and you know we'll always be here for you.
I can't even express how grateful I am to be where I'm sitting right now. You know, no sniveling here. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All I want is to get back up on my feet and, you know, be self-sufficient. And they help me do that. You know, they help me do that. You know.
So for those of you cities that are watching, and just a This is an example of how we launched a motel program, had a great partner in CityNet, and transformed the community for our parks, for our residents, and changed someone's life. So just a great partnership all the way around. Thank you, Greg, for allowing me the opportunity.
Yep, thank you. Great work. All right, on to consent items. These are all contained in the packet you received. Obviously, the CoC staff report, once again, it's another great report. Committee reports as well. And then we didn't have any letters of support or recommendation this time. And then you'll see the APR submitted for the City of Riverside's permanent supportive housing. And then if you have any agenda items for next meeting, you can email those to coc@rivco.org. And then you'll see the announcements. Anything to highlight there, Tanya, at all on announcements? Or?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Greg. Sorry, Tanya. So you'll see the very last announcement about a youth resource directory. So one of our initiatives with the Youth Advisory Council and Youth Action Board, we're attempting to put together a resource directory for youth. So I'm currently working on that with the help of Rainbow and Cordell and other staff members here at the CoC. I will send that out, just a rough draft, to the CoC membership, and any collaboration, updates on programs, resources would be much appreciated. We want to make this a collaborative document to serve as many youth as possible.
Great work on that. Appreciate it. All right, any other questions or comments? I can't believe we're getting out of here literally only 1 minute late. So great turnout today, and thanks to everybody and staff again. Thank you so much. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Greg, I'm going to make that 1 minute, 2 minute. Sorry, real quick. I just wanted to announce that in the City of Riverside, one of the things that we've done real quick is a gap analysis with our Housing and Homeless Committee. So I wanted to make sure that if a homeless gap analysis, if anyone wants to look at that, they can look at our city clerk's office. It really speaks to a lot of the great work, but also helps us create more of a regional effort. And speaking of that, I just also wanted to take a moment and thank Heidi and Carrie and Tanya and team, and also City of Corona on the 2nd District meeting with Supervisor Spiegel, of course, and Debbie holding for the Santa Ana River Bottom. I know those conversations are going to continue, and I just think it's really important to give due credit to the parties that are working together for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Hafsa. Anybody else? All right, if not, thank you, everybody. And again, thank you, everybody, for everything you do every day. So, bye. We are adjourned.
Good job. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good one, everyone. Karen and Greg, you guys are the best. Talk to you soon.